Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for what is it? Wednesday, January the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Guys, in our and RC Bremen, thank you. So, guys, I'm live in both YouTube and the main room, and you guys can see my screen and hear me. Excellent. So, lots happening this morning. Man, ROLR, a gambling site, and all-time high now. And about predictive, we're partnering with crypto.com to launch US event-based prediction markets. Okay, so that is the big news for ROLR. 21 million shares plus have traded, only 3.3 million in the float. So yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I read your comment, William. Yeah, I'm glad. For me either, because who knows where you may want to try. So anyway, the high today in the pre-market was a little over 20, almost 21 actually. I have a price alert, I think just over 20 in case it takes it out. And yeah, you mentioned TCOM. This is being investigated by the Chinese government, okay? I thought when I first read it, I thought maybe our government, but nope, your government. TCOM being hammered down, faces an antitrust probe under investigation by China's top business regulator. So that is the reason for this TCOM getting just kicked here underneath the 200-day moving average. By the way, Felipe, I noticed you asked something about Meta. There's no investment advisors are in here to tell you whether or not it's a good idea or a bad idea. Okay, I think you said something about Meta. I read your comment, but you can't expect somebody in this room, myself included, to say, yeah, that's a good idea or a bad idea. Okay, I mean, all I can say is that Meta is in a downtrend right now. That's all I can say. Now, you would think BC, when I first saw BCTX down like this, I thought, oh man, what drug do they have that failed? Nope, this is the financing. They did it at 5.59 a share. Not a great job by this company, in my opinion. I mean, at one point, this stock was at $12 yesterday. It closed at 11, and they had to do it. They did a financing of almost half that. It was for BCTX. I thought it's not really a question; it was more of a comment. I thought that BCTX might have been a. Oh, the question. Oh, I see. I see. It was about Meta, whether or not Felipe had a question about Meta. I think he said he was in it, and is it a good idea? Invested in Meta, is it a good idea? And this is not as this is as a swing trade. Okay. I'm confused with TGTX, guys. I could have sworn that maybe 2 days ago they gave us a preliminary guidance and it wasn't good. Now they're coming out today. I know it got halted yesterday and it came out of the halt, obviously not bad at all. And now today they are saying that after preliminary 2025 net sales above forecast, I could have sworn that was the reverse here. Maybe wrong because look at this. It's completely wiped out that high of 2 days ago now, 3 days ago. I could have sworn that was the news. That was why it was down, but I guess I'm wrong. Now, I think it's funny, guys. Well, funny to me anyway. When I saw this KULR, where is it? It's still here. Yeah. When I saw this KULR, and I read that headline really quickly, eyes were still a bit blurry, and I thought it said a supply deal with Cuba. And I went, what? But it's a supply deal with Caban. $30 million. I guess that's in Plano, Texas. But I thought, and it's Miami based. I thought, okay. Anyway, KULR, KULR, and it's actually it's not a low float, 42 million, not a low float. but it's awarded a 5-year preferred battery supply agreement. Oh, thank you. You are right. Jeez. VTX, not. You are right. I had a great bounce though when it came out of the hall. Thank you, Mike. You were right. And the symbol TGTX, TVTX, not TGTX. You were absolutely right. Certainly had a nice bounce though when it came out of the hall. Another earnings play, guys, is Infy, INFY. INFY is an earnings play. Not too many, but we're getting started. We're definitely getting started. Uh, wow, that's a big move. Well, 4% now. When it was up at 18 something, a lot of a lot of shares in the float. 4 billion in the float for Infy, INFY. But maybe Bitcoin might have a second day, but doesn't look like it, guys, at all. Demand had a pop up and then right back down, and that's the CMND. The original, well, the news is still they completed treatment, etc., for their drug, but popped up, it came right back down. It's actually negative now. At Goldman Sachs, is Goldman today? Yeah, pre-market tomorrow. Okay. Remember XAIR yesterday? And they're doing a financing at 1.27. So $1.27, they're doing a financing at 127. So it's a little bit above the financing price. Must have put that price alert in yesterday. GSIT, GSIT. Actually, well, let's take a look at gels first. GELS, GELS. I have it written down, but I don't see any news on it for today. I had some news yesterday. Now, some three clinical results on medicinal. So it's in the medicinal. It's on the. It's in the cannabis sector. Didn't really do anything yesterday, though. Take a look at cannabis ETF. See if it's ripping. No. So I don't know what the news is today on that. A moment, as I'm rearranging something. All right. So what else? There were a couple of others that I saw. Oh, SEG, that was the one. SEGG. It's probably under $1 again. SEGG. I'm just wondering if it's a sympathy, some kind of a sympathy playing with ROLR. It's another. It's a gaming color. The gaming. Well, it's in the sector. I don't see any specific news on it, and I'm just wondering if it's moving higher because of ROLR, same sector. I like to think of. A lot of. I mean, look at the volume. 35 million shares. Lottery.com. I don't see any. I don't see any news on it specifically. And it got over $1 barely, briefly. 107. Down to 83 now. All right, has TCOM found a base yet? Because let's see, the next low looking left is 73.80 or so, 73.80 or so. And so it has another less than a little over $1 for that next low. Will that be a base for it? Give me a moment, please. You guys, I'll be right back in about a couple of minutes, okay? All right, guys. Sorry about that. All right. So, anything else sneaking in here? We've got Beam, BEEM. Yeah. So this is another. They're expecting to report a 50% quarter over quarter rise in Q4 revenue. They don't actually. I don't know when their earnings date is, but actually, it was in this room. It was Felipe in the room. William, it wasn't a guy from YouTube. All right, now with the Dow being down fairly substantially yesterday, let's take a. I want to take a look at XLP, consumer staples. No, another nice day. So I think that's it, guys. It's the only. I think all the sectors now are above the 200-day moving average. XLU is a little bit above it. Also, financials. I know it's going to be above it, but I want to see if it's drifting down. Not really. All right. All the major sectors are above now the 200-day moving average, including consumer staples. Where energy is XLE. Yeah. Okay. Today at 10:30. Okay. May come out. So the SCOTUS tariff decision. Okay. CNH is on the move here, guys. CNH is on the move. Only 4%. But, yeah, not a big deal. Target of 12 by Truist. We found a bottom yet for TCOM. Not necessarily, okay? This is still moving down. Not necessarily have we found a bottom for TCOM. GSIT, though. I didn't mention this one. I did not mention this. It's on my list. It was number 2 on my list. GSIT. Something to do with Gemini. Government funded Gemini 2, proof of concept, etc. So that is GSIT. And the next high looking left on a weekly chart is 973. So it's got room on the weekly chart. The daily chart is through all that. And it's, it's not high, not a crazy low float, 29 million in the float. So that'll be definitely a question for the option players. SKM, anybody who trades options, SKM's got a question about silver. Well, there you go. So William is answering your question. I think it didn't it say spot silver went up to 90 SLV. No, I thought it, KBH is also in the earnings play, you guys, but there's just no volume, yet. But KBH is also an earnings play, home builder. Bank of America is an earnings play. So, and also Wells Fargo, an earnings play. So we've got two of the other big banks. Yesterday was a JP Morgan, I think JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, can't remember. But a couple more banks, big banks, releasing earnings today. Not great. Yeah, not great. We have it here, January 4th. Well, unless our provider's wrong, we have it here. But you may be right because I don't see. Yeah, it looks like our provider is wrong there because we have it here January 14th pre-market, but I don't see. I'm looking at my headlines in Interactive Brokers, and normally I would see something. So yeah, when do you have earnings, William? Does it show March 13th? Wow, that's a big difference. It's a month from now. March 19th. Okay. Okay, guys. What else we have here? EVTV, which was a big one from yesterday, getting up 10% now. Okay, guys, going to get my layout, then I'm my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment here as I first of all save my layout. Always save my layout. Give me a moment as I arrange these windows here. All right, so these are the top six that are up. Let's see, I didn't talk about RIME, R-I-M-E, R-M-I-E. Must have been just under $1 or so because I'm only seeing it now. Over $1 now, RIME. It looks like this is, again, not technically an earnings play, but they're releasing financial information. And also AZI. So they regained compliance, avoids delisting, shares are up. Okay. Now, guys, as I said yesterday, and I'm going to keep doing this, if you have our AI, this is all I'm going to do with our AI. I had one great one, of course, yesterday with the X Air. I missed the short though of the TGTX. Yeah, TVTX. I missed the short of that one on the reentry. All I'm looking for now are the reentries. Okay, now sometimes you won't get too many, but we had I think 3 or 4 yesterday. 3 of them worked out very well. All I'm looking for are the reentries. I don't care about the initial alert. I'm just waiting to see if we get a reentry, which can only happen, of course, if it's halfway between the stop and the original alert price. That's all I'm looking for. You guys don't have to do the same thing, those of you with the AI, but that's what I'm doing. So just to let you know ahead of time. Okay, where is this ROLR? So it's, you know what, it's hanging in there. It is definitely hanging in there. There's the VWAP, so it's still above the VWAP. Okay. The KULR is still hanging over the 4 level. GSIT hanging around 9, just looking at some of the ones I have thumbnailed. TCOM is, looks like TCOM has found a bit of a base. Yeah, looks like it's found a bit of a base now, guys. So there's the VWAP, 6479. So if it's gonna have a bounce, maybe it bounces towards the VWAP. Now, speaking of the VWAP, the gels is just underneath the VWAP. No shares available for me to short if I wanted to. GELS. Did not find any news on it today. It's we had news yesterday, but it you know wasn't that well. It's interesting because what it did, it got down to 66 cents, and it closed at 83. Okay, I thought it was over a dollar, but no. So the market this morning, we're in for a little bit of a downturn in the SPY anyway. Okay, I down 2.74. Give me a moment, please. Alts is coming in here now. It's cracked the top six. ALTS. It's also regained NASDAQ compliance after filing the labor report. Okay, so they've regained NASDAQ compliance along with the what was the other one? A what was it, AGI or ABI or something? It was a wild one yesterday, guys. AHMA, a lot of pretty good volume already, 175,000. See what happens with it today. Again, no shares available for me to short. Less than a minute. Okay, guys. Yeah, less than a minute. About 40 seconds to the open. Let's have a great trading day today. If we don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. To be delisted today, Kodak. Okay. With the market being down, probably won't get too many right off the bat. Large cap movers up just because of the market being down. Well, except for this one, TGTX, TGTX, Rivian, Rivian here. So TGTX, let's on a monthly chart. The next high is 32.91. Weekly chart looks like there could be some resistance near term anyway for TGTX. TCOM continues to make its way down now, guys. Thought maybe we might find a base, but maybe not. TCOM. Roller, it's a great name. High Roller. ROLR still hanging over 16. Rivian. Okay, what's happening with Rivian? After a second downgrade, falls after a second downgrade. UBS analysts downgraded it. Target went from 15 to 13. Okay, so I guess I had another downgrade. Um, this Arthur J. Gallagher, never heard of them, but here's another one. Enterprise Partners, Truist. So I'm sorry, this is not all Rivian. Roller rolling, guys. It's challenging 17, but it's very volatile right now. It touched 17, right back down to 16. Pony. Pony was really saw this one. SMCI also. This was another one, really active one yesterday. It didn't quite close at the low, but it was down all day, continuing down now. SMCI. It was just red right now, guys. Red right now. EDYN and red right here. With the opening 5 minute bar anyway. Is red to begin with. Hasn't closed yet, of course, but ROLR still hanging around the 16 mark, though it's getting closer now to 15. There's a bank, a little volume, not much volume. UCB, this appears to be, well, I think this is an earnings play, but isn't it no volume? So Pony on the move here, guys. Pony AI on the move right from the beginning. No pullback yet for Pony, PONY. See Mosaic, MOS. Okay, now remember that this was a red bar. Now it's a blue. It hasn't closed yet. Another minute, 30 seconds for this bar to close. Yeah, Mosaic. Let's see what's happening with Mosaic. We're standing, maintaining a target of 35. Well, I do see SEGG, so it must be over $1, as you're pointing out. Well, briefly, so can we sort of officially say that this is just sort of maybe some kind of a sympathy play with ROLR? I don't see any specific news on it. It's in that sector, but gambling sector. Yeah. Speaking of ROLR, it is now. Wow. In fact, it just got halted on the way down. It got halted on the way down, guys. So this could be. Hopefully nobody's in this one. Halted on the way down. And this was halted right at the bat off the bat. LVRO halted on the way up. Okay, LVRO. Wow. Okay, so what time is it right now? 9:36. So if it's going to be, well, it's going to be more than a 5 minute halt. It's going to be at least a 10 minute halt now. Looks like you should have opened at 9:35 plus 27 seconds. So this blue screen, blue window that I'm showing you right now. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt price for LVRO. This column trying to show you where it could open. Typically, halts are 5 minutes long, but obviously this is going to be longer than a 5 minute halt. And so if you somehow got into this one before the halt, it's looking good. Potential open is going to be above the 108. Yeah, so a mosaic continues. Nine. You see nine for a while. Oh, that's why, because it's under $1. So let's take a look at roller. Now, this is, it's Amex, that's why. Uh, well, it's actually sort of, sometimes Amex stocks don't really give a big clue, what I've noticed on the halts, but yeah, this doesn't really tell me much, 1432, 1465, but it could, it looks like it's going to open lower when it does open. If it opens 5 minutes, that'd be 9:38 plus 32 seconds, so a little more than half a minute from now, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt. Okay, let's take a look at some of these. So these are some energy plays, APA and DVN, couple of energy plays. So let's take a look at XLE, see if it's having a bit of a rip. Yeah, so here's energy. So here's the energy ETF. So right now, look at energy, XLE. So these are two energy plays right there. Moderna had a tremendous day yesterday, guys. mRNA, a tremendous day. Look, it was as low as 34. It closed here at 39, and it's continuing. You know, it's a pretty big float too, 357 million. So mRNA having a great continuation so far. So far, okay. ROLR just opened. Wow, and it opened higher. So even though it was halted on the way down, it did open higher, and it just got halted again. Just got halted again. Resumed and halted almost immediately. See how it resumed at 9:38:32. So within 30 seconds, actually, I would say 45 seconds, it got halted again. Interesting. Look what happened. It held the VWAP. So it didn't open. Okay, it just okay opened where it says it opened here, but okay. Oh, that's where it's halted. Excuse me. You're absolutely right. 1465, and it opened at 1465. Yes. Beam. Yeah, look at Beam trading higher after the company announced a quarter. Yeah, this is sort of a pseudo earnings play. Beam, excuse me, Beam, BEEM. I just find that with the Amex stocks, they don't usually give a great indication about where they could open. So that you don't often see this with New York stocks or well Nasdaqs, the Nas stocks. So LVRO open, guys. It opened. But that just destroyed my It said it was halt. It opened at 108. It was halt, and it said NASDAQ. But really, I think it opened up here. Anyway, give me one moment. So I see we have a couple of AI alerts, but again, I'm not going to take them at all. I'm going to wait to see if we get some re-entries on them. So guys, again, we don't have too many earnings plays, but here is one. You know, the NFI, and good relative volume, 10 times normal. It's a huge float, 4 billion in the float, and that is INFY. Take a look on a daily chart. Where could this go? The next high looking left is 1854. So it's right there, 1838, 1856. So 1883. So yeah, between the current price and 19 could be too much resistance. You really have to take out 19. I'll put a price alert in that area and see if later on it does it. That is for the INFY. So look, these are all resource plays, guys. APA, Oxy, Devon, PVN, PR, SLB, SU, CVE. These are all earning. These are all resource plays, and we had XLE up for a moment, and look at XLE. This is not a. This is not a. Well, it's no, it's not a resource play. Old company. Look at this. 1897. DOW. Dow. Is this the old Dow Corning? Is that what it used to be? Is this Dow Corning? Just now Dow. Don't care. Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm just waiting for. I'm just waiting for a reentry. May not happen. Both of them are yeah, moving in the right direction, but I'm just going to wait for a reentry. Here's a Celanese, another. Well, I guess it's not quite a not a resource play exactly, but look at all the resource play. Now this is not one though. WVE, Infi on the move still, guys. Infi, even the, well, you know what? I mean, it's getting close to 19, isn't it? Well, so far, this is a good short from our AI, the EOSE. Very good short so far from our from the AI. And GSIT is really starting to give it up. And this is shortable for me at Interactive. Wow, there's the room underneath. Well, not that much room actually. 681 or so is the next low. I wish there were more room. I might take that short. Of was thinking about taking this short if it took out 7, but so roller. Okay, so roller got halted again on the way down. So there's the VWAP, guys. BTDR is on the move, and there is the 200-day moving average, 1381. So it's about 50 cents away from that. Oh, just give me a moment. I missed it for all that BNAI guys. Oh, wait a minute. That was on a short, though. That was on a short. I thought it was a long. There was a re-entry at 501, but I thought that was on a long. You know what? There's only 6,000 shares available to short. I'll bet you they're going to, for me at Interactive Brokers, my guess is they're going to get snapped up. I got excited here because you have a re-entry at 501, but I was thinking that meant to go long. And going long was the better, definitely from there would have been better as opposed to trying to short it. Boy, Infi's challenging 19. Lunar now. Lunar, remember Lunar last week had a big sell-off? Look at this big sell-off, except it had the big sell-off, except that look what happened. It closed at the high. So it got all the way down to 1729, closed up here at 18. And now it is continuing. Lunar, L-U-N-R, L-U-N-R. So a pretty choppy open, guys. We had that big, we had the big red bar that turned blue, and a red bar, now a blue bar. So kind of a choppy open. Yeah, so this is not shortable now for me at Interactive Brokers, even if I wanted to. Those 5,000 shares that I mentioned have been taken. Wow, guys, Infi now over 19. Infi over 19. Oh boy, yeah. Look at crypto. I'm not in some of these crypto plays. So BMNR. So look at crypto getting closer and closer to 100K. 96,000 up $2,000. So crypto. Take a look at IBIT. Yeah, so IBIT's had a nice 3 days so far. I guess we just should have all piled into Infi, one of the few earnings plays. So all the usual suspects, Mara, Riot, etc., they're all moving higher. Well, ROLR are really giving it up now. I had no shorts available. Now it's through the VWAP. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers through the VWAP now. Poet. Yesterday's ERAs. Let's take a look at ERAS. That was a great one from the AI yesterday on a reentry. Look where it closed. It closed right at the high. It was I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking of XAir. I'm sorry, not ERAs. Okay, TCOM. TCOM is having a bounce now. TCOM is having a bounce. 61 up to 64. This is the China Expedia, as it's been framed under investigation by the Chinese government. Yeah, so the Bitcoin plays are going crazy, or well, crypto plays are going crazy. Okay. All right, so here's one. Here's a reentry now. Let's see on the ACIG. This is a fairly new, I don't know if it's an IPO. Okay, guys, I'm very interested in the ACIG. It's just sort of hanging around the reentry price. Is there any news on this one, ACIG? What's the float? 6 million in the float. So it is going to be active. Your entry was 378, so it's still sitting there. Haven't taken it yet. I think if it gets into the say a bid of 382 or so, I'll probably take that trade. Not telling anybody to do the same thing. That's for the ACIG. Boy, the crypto plays are going crazy. Yeah, BKKT, another one. Come on, ACIG, do something. Spread is not wonderful on the ACIG, but you know what? I'm in it now, guys. If it gets back down to that stop, I'm out. When you say the 2-minute ranges are good, are you talking about a 2-minute opening breakout? Monica, is that what you're talking about? 2-minute opening breakout, or uh, to what are you referring? Oh, I see. Just so you're not talking about a 2-minute opening breakout. Okay. Anybody use the opening range breakout alerts? I tried a long time ago. We have a bunch of them, depending on the time frame you're looking at. Okay, Unity, guys. Unity. This is getting pummeled a bit. And that is Unity. All right, amen. You mentioned Oric a little earlier. I didn't have a chance to put it in. Yeah, nice, very nice. Over 11 now. The next high looking left, it has got a lot of room. $12.50, $1.50 to the next high. So yeah, it's got room. I think nobody's saying it's going to get there, but Unity continues down. U. Okay, took myself out of the ACIG, guys. So far that did not work. So I took a loss on that one. Okay. I was looking, the reentry is at 378. The original stop was 372. So I got out between those two. Yeah, I didn't, what was starting to bug me was the spread, for $3 stock, the spread was getting a little too wide. News on Oric, maintained with a $20 price target by who? By Wedbush, okay. And they provided, this was 2 days ago, providing operational highlights for 2025. Well, so I know you were talking about AHMA, Obi, and took out yesterday's high, like nothing. And now it just got halted. Just give me one moment, please. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. I'm back again. So Unity just continues to move down, guys. Where will it bounce if it's going to bounce? If it's going to bounce, Boy, on the daily chart, the next low is 41.15. So there is still room underneath, still room. Now, this is not shortable for me, but look at this, guys. Not shortable for me. AHMA at Interactive Brokers, excuse me. So here's your halt at 15.56. I hope nobody's trapped in this because the potential open is over $1 under, and it doesn't mean it's going to open at 14.20, but it doesn't. If you're in this one now, right now, you want to see a number greater than 15.56. You certainly don't want to see something under a dollar underneath, but all you can do is wait. Man, now this is FIG. This one all day yesterday was a tremendous short. Yeah, so our AI was definitely wrong on that one in terms of the direction. So here's a silver play. So what's happening with silver, guys? SSRM. So let's what's happening with silver? SLV. Take a look at SLV. Probably starting to, yeah. So I mean, it's still up 4%, but starting to. So a lot of the silver miners, you're probably looking something like this now. Okay, coming off the highs. Boy, very nice spot by Amen on the Oric. Mentioned this one. I can't remember what price it was when you mentioned it, but really nice spot on this one, or ORIC. All right, TGTX now giving up the gains. I mean, it got up to what, $33? This is sort of technically an earnings play, not officially, but technically an earnings play. TGTX. Now, on the 5-minute chart, looks like there could be some support around the 30 level. So let's see, but it's underneath the VWAP now, TGTX, underneath the VWAP. Wow, fast first half hour, guys. So I'm gonna go over my homepage. I do it fairly quickly. So much is happening. Okay, so on my homepage, right at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off, first month only. So that's interesting. It looked the potential open for the HMA. Remember it looked like it was 14 something, but it looked like it opened at 15.56. But it's got a terrible spread right now. So anyway, 15% off the first month only of a premium or a standard subscription, or the entire year of a premium or standard subscription. So please listen carefully again. If you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 15% off the first month only. Okay. And all I ask is if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and also the main room, as I call it. So if you're sitting in YouTube and you want to come into a room that has a lot more action in terms of interaction amongst traders, this is the room to be in. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course. But this is the trading room right here. A lot more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. Why don't I open both? Well, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so 6:45 Obi opens this room. Okay, at 6:45, that'd be 3:45 my time, a little early. And then I get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. Now, this room also, when I leave, sometime usually between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time, usually William will keep this room open, the trading room open after I leave. I think I read earlier that he'll keep it open until about 3:45. So this room, most days now, open between 6:45 and 3:45 Eastern time, okay? And this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. Clicking on my homepage link and scrolling down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I'm going to race through all this because there's so much happening. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, very first thing you must do is this, okay? You must do this. The getting started with Trade Ideas. No ifs, ands, or buts. Mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, is this something you might want to try? Start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, within a month, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. You're not signing any long-term contract when you're going month to month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free. 15 videos, okay? And if you clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, you can go down to the custom scans area. So this is some of the stuff that I am sharing right now. This race right here, the large cap race, is right here. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. I have this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Here is the Halls resumes, very active this morning. But as you can see, I do have other scans and things that like this is not a scan. This is another race. This is a volatile race. You can take a look at these. I don't have them open, but you can take a look at them if you want. You can ask me questions about them. In fact, I don't have some of these open doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm trying to pare down the number of screens that I've got open. Okay, let me catch my breath here. So AHMA, what is it doing now? Wow. So it sort of shrugged off the first halt. It looked like it was going to open lower. It kind of did open lower, or got lower anyway. But it's still yesterday's or last month's high was up here at 18. Why not? S Bull in our YouTube room. OKLO still falling. So what's happening? Are the nukes getting? Yeah. So the nukes are getting hit a bit, guys. Well, at least OKLO is. Let's take a look at SMR, see if it's the whole sector. The answer is not quite as bad as OKLO, NNE. Yeah, but it's not a strong sector today anyway, and that's the nuke sector. Okay, I see a reentry for alts here, guys. Now let's take a look at what did alts do. So it's over the whole number, so that's good. I think there was some new. They basically regained Nasdaq compliance. So I mean, a little more iffy, but that is the news on alts. TGTX kept moving down, challenging 30 now, guys. I think we saw. I'm wondering if 3057 would hold it. No, and the low yesterday was 2681. So TGTX really starting to give it up. This is not technically an earnings play. Technically, it's not, but they have sort of pre-released preliminary. I guess that's the correct terminology. Preliminary data. All right, guys. Well, as I said, I would try these. I took the alts and see if I can, if it moves a bit. It's not the greatest of news in terms of just regaining. Well, it's good news for the company, of course, regaining in Nasdaq compliance. So come on, alts. Question is, if I were to show, well, I have no shorts available, but if I had shorts available for AHMA, but I have none available, Interactive Brokers. You got to be careful, of course, because of the float. 4 million in the float is very volatile. I mean, I probably wait even to see if it gets close to the VWAP. Okay, I mean, it's still pretty strong. I mean, it's pulling back, but there's the VWAP right there. It's not that far away. I'd probably wait to see if it what would happen if it got even closer to the VWAP if I had shorts available. So no tariff ruling again. Okay, why do they keep teasing us? Well, that was just a rumor, obviously, not put out by SCOTUS, obviously, right, William? Where are these people getting these rumors? These people. Right. We know we know they're going to come out with some kind of a ruling, but so I don't. Again, Espo in our YouTube room. I don't know if you have shorts available, but it's sitting right on the VWAP now. So now the question is, will the VWAP? If you can see my purple line, that's the VWAP. The purple line. Will it hold it? Will that act as support? Boy, Moderna continues, guys. Moderna continues. Great 2 days so far. mRNA. Center point. Okay. Well, here's another one going in the opposite direction from the AI guys. EOSE. This was a short opportunity or a short suggestion. You just flip the script, both BNAI and EOSE. So these are battery plays. This is a battery play. This Moderna, I went all day yesterday without me. Wonder if it's going to do the same. Just looking to see if there's any short opportunity. Well, for Moderna on the daily and weekly, it's taken out. So the next high is 48.92. Yeah, I mean 48.92 is the next high in the monthly chart. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but there's no real. I'd have to back out on the weekly to see if there's a high. Probably there's another high. Boy, this the Halts resumes going crazy today. THH, so resumed and lower. Okay, try hard. Don't know this one at all. It's a Japanese company. How about Lululemon? Did they do the same thing? LULU. It was a good spot by you last time. Yeah, Lululemon also down a little bit. Might have been down anyway, but no. I mean, this was up at 215. Well, that's a big drop. So what William is saying is because no tariff announcement yet. The last time that happened, when we anticipated it last week, when it was anticipated, we weren't, but when it was anticipated they might have a ruling last week, and when it came out that there is still no ruling, both Nike and Lulu dropped. Sleep Number, SNBR, why are you up? Excuse me, sorry. They had this is news from yesterday, but premium comfort at an affordable price. Okay. Hmm. Well, again, I don't know if you actually took the short S bull, but you can see what happened. I mean, it did not. The VWAP held it. That's what I was. If I had shorts available for AHMA, I would have watched to see if the what happened. And look, the VWAP held it so far, anyway. Guys, you should pay attention when AMN posts something because I mean I've noticed. I know I said this a few weeks ago. I thought I just forgot. I should have clicked on that Oric. All right, CRML, 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 critical metals. Wow, look at the high up here, 32.27. Had the massive drop though. 32, I mean, guys, I mean, 32.27 or 32, call it 32 down to 6. And now we're having a pop. What happened yesterday? That's critical metals, CRML. Yeah, I probably would have waited to see if it, just to see. I'm talking to Espo, see if it really took out the 200 or the VWAP. It certainly didn't. All right, guys, I'm very interested in the CRML. The next high looking left is 1637. Okay, just over 15. CRML. It's got room, obviously. I mean, there's the high over here, 1641, etc. So, or etc. 1644 is the high. Come on. All right, guys, just waiting on this CRML to see if it has a move. I am in it, right about where, right around this price. So I'm hoping it holds 15 anyway. Still on the alts, not really doing much. I mean, I'm in at 220. It's at 225 now. Not really doing much. Okay, just watching. I don't want it to go too far under 15. I'm talking about the CRML. I don't want it to go too far under 15. If it does, I'm out. And this is coming from the William scan. I'm using it in a different way though, as opposed to trying to short the tops. I'm in this case that might not be the, but I've just seen so many run. Okay, out guys. I'm out of it. Oh, we'll wait and see if it gets back over 15. I'm going to put a price alert right around here, around 15.11. Had a little profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. All right. Well, your AHMA, anybody in the short, it's still hanging around the VWAP, still hanging around. All right, go, Alts, go. At least you're okay. This is on the re-entry, guys. On the re-entry. Again, for those of you who have RAI, I would demand that you make sure you have that re-entry price column, okay? And if you have the filter and it's put on profitable, uncheck it. Uncheck it. Otherwise, you'll miss the re-entry prices. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just let me know. So OSS, another, okay, 1276. That's the next high looking left. Will be. Well, the importance of stops, guys. I mean, I haven't done I haven't done it for a while, gone over the money management. But look at CRML now, okay? Sure, I mean, I liked it. I liked, it was over 15. It was hanging there. I looked left, ton of room. So, it became something I was the trend was up. But I said, if it gets under 15, I want to be out. And what have I just been stubborn? Said, you know what? It's going to get back. And it could later on. Don't get me wrong. But okay, so you have, so Dawit, you have the premium service, right? You have access to the AI? Okay. So I don't know how you're monitoring the alerts, but this is what I would do. Click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then go down the dock to channel bar. But before I keep going, you can see what I'm doing, right? Before I keep going. Okay. So click on dock channel bar. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Do not do that. Forget what I said. click on click on new, and then you see where it says there are 3 that start off with premium AI. Don't worry about all this. I'm in a development version, so you guys don't have all that. But click on new and click on the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, that one right there. Click on that one. And when you do that, this is what you're going to see something like this. The only thing is that in the filter, yours might have profitable trades checked. Uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it. Now you're going to see all of the AI alerts today. Before I keep going, were you able to do that? So that this is what you should see. You should see something that looks like this. These are all the AI alerts so far today. Before I keep going, just one more yes. Okay, keep it unchecked. Now, you might have a reentry price. You might have a column that does say reentry price already. Do you have one that says reentry price? If you don't see it, maybe you have to expand it a bit. But do you have a column that says reentry price? Okay. You might want to, so I'm assuming that yes meant yes. Okay. You might want to also add, if you don't have the reentry time, you can put the new reentry stop price also. If you want to add the reentry time, if you don't have that, just in the body of it, just right click and click on columns. If you don't have it, If you scroll down, this is alphabetical order. You can add the time of the reentry, and also if you want to have a new stop, you can do that too. You just have to left click on it, highlight it, and then left arrow it over. Okay. So here's the deal. As I said, starting yesterday and certainly today, I'm only waiting for a reentry. That's all I'm waiting for. You can get a sound alert just like now. Hopefully you've got a sound alert on your AI window. If you don't, you should put one on. So I'll just ask, do you have a sound? I'll wait for another yes or no. You have a sound alert on your AI window right now. So that when you get an alert, new one shows up, you'll have a sound so that you'll know to check the window. Okay, please add it. Okay. Now this goes for alert windows also, and a price alert window, like the big price alert window. But here, if you right click and click on actions. So again, right click in the body, right click and go to actions. And you're going to get this menu pops up. Click on the play sound and then set up sound. So you can have text to speech if you want. You can have two choices, female or male voice. Okay. So what would happen, of course, is that the symbol will be read out to you. And you can also go down to here, use custom sound. You can click on that and then select the sound. And then we have 3 folders here that we've created for you. Each one of these folders has different sounds. If I click on Mad Money, left click on Mad Money, here are the sounds within Mad Money. You can pick a sound. So if you look at gong, you can left click on it to highlight it, and then you can open it, and then you can play it. And if you like the sound and it's making, then you can say okay a couple of times. This is all in the guide, okay? I'm going to show you where in the guide. And then basically then that attaches the sound to the window. So when you hear a sound, you could have several alert windows open, and of course you have the AI. So the whole idea of creating different sound alerts on your different windows is when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. And you'll get an alert then every time there's a new symbol that comes in, but you'll also get an alert on the reentry. Okay? And that's all I'm doing. I'm just waiting for reentries. How do we get a reentry? Well, for instance, on the ALTS, the alert price was at 220 and the stop was at 213. Okay? If a stock hits the stop at any point and then gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop, in this case, that's 217, you will get a reentry price. That's all I'm waiting for. Okay? That's all I'm waiting for. You know, I tried it on the AC IG, didn't work. This one actually, I thought I missed it. The 501, I thought this was going long. I was really ticked off, but it actually was a suggestion to short. So obviously, you know, just because you get the suggestion to go short on this one, you would do it. If that makes sense, because obviously this is a strong stock. But this one has worked out very nicely on a percentage basis. I mean, I got in at 220. I waited a little bit. I got in at 220. It's at 234 now. That's all I'm waiting for on the AI now. So hopefully that makes sense. You don't have to do the same thing. I mean, I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Just look at it this way, okay? The AI was a little bit early. Now, sometimes, and I don't know what happened right from 220. See, I was at 955. So actually, at the alert, I mean, it did pop a little bit, okay? There are times where you can get an original alert price, and it might work great, but then it comes all the way back down, and it hits the stop, and then gets halfway between. Okay, so it's not that these original alerts don't work ever. And sometimes they just keep working all day and you'll never get a reentry. Because remember, it has to hit the stop price. I'm just conditioning myself now to forget about everything other than if it hits the stop price. And notice these four right here have not hit the stop price. The reason to take it off the profitable is because think about it. The profitable is only showing you stocks that from the original alert price, they're above that. So that's the problem. And I'm going to hammer Dan on this because I think this is the default. I'm going to just come right out and say it. It's stupid because then you're not going to see the reentry because the reentry is below the alert price, the original alert price. So you won't see it. I mean, you'll eventually see it perhaps, but you won't see it at the reentry because that reentry is underneath. So if you have that check, you're not going to see it. I just don't agree with they're putting that the default is having just looking at the profitable ones. I shouldn't. It's irrelevant. I should get rid of it right now. It's 100% irrelevant. That's probably it's something I saved a long time ago. It's completely irrelevant. In the old days, we used to have three segments, but it is irrelevant now. Yeah, man, Unity. This reminds me of the fig yesterday. I'm not in it. Is roller? It looks like it is. Yeah, ROLR. Looks like it's still in a halt. It got halted at 10:35 plus 26 seconds. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:40 plus 26 seconds. So about a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. Well, THH has been all over the place, man. Not sure, and this is not. Sometimes this is not available for short sale. That's for me and Interactive Brokers for THH. Usually the message is if there are no shorts available, they say, well, listen, we'll try to find them if you want. But in that particular case, no shorts available. USAR, what do I think about it? No, let's see. Talk about what for a swing trade, or I don't think much about it right now, but so yeah. So when you're asking me about USAR for what? A swing trade and right now intraday trade, there's nothing to see. I mean, it's just chopping up and down. But if you're asking me long term, that's not my thing. Well, look at it. She's chopping around. Right now, to me, there's no edge one way or the other. I mean, it's weak, but look at it. It's just sort of chopping around. It's hanging right at the VWAP now. Doesn't mean it's going to just it won't collapse from here, but I don't. Again, personally, I just don't see a big edge right now. I was short. I was short CRML, but it's a question from the YouTube room. But I got out. I just that when it just underneath 15. Maybe you didn't hear. I said if it got underneath, it was getting close to that 15 level, and so I got out. Now let's see what happens here. I mean, it's at the VWAP now, so maybe the VWAP holds it. Yeah, so look at the market. I mean, the market has been pretty choppy. We had that opening, red bar that turned blue. Then we had the downturn. Then we had a pop, and we got the downturn a little bit. So market is kind of chopping around a bit. I was long. I'm sorry. So just to Espo, I was long CRML. Okay, obviously not long anymore. Oh, you can't do it. 161. You do not have access to the filters that are used on any of the AI. Okay. So you cannot, you just don't have access to otherwise we couldn't charge for it. But seriously, you don't have access to, like why did ALTS trigger? Okay. I think you have to just when you sign into the trading room, you have to create your name every time, I suppose. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the criteria is. I mean, for the stops on some of these, I have no idea. A lot of times the stop seem to be the low of the day, but obviously in the alts it was not. No, it's a free room. Okay, the main room is a free room, just like YouTube. So if you're looking for more interaction amongst traders, you can come into the main room. Okay, I call it the main room because there's more traders are there, but it's free. Both rooms are free. So if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in there and just scroll down and come into the trading room. Okay, you create a well, you'll see when you do this, you'll see what you have to do, but it's free. And not just free to people who have trade ideas. Both rooms are completely free. You don't have to have a subscription to trade ideas. Obviously, we use it as a bit of marketing for the product. I do not backtest. Espel, no, I don't backtest anymore. I used to. I've had trade ideas since 2010 as a product, and I got pretty keen on backtesting. Had time to do it. It's kind of fun, but I don't backtest at all. It's too. You've got to have a lot of time to do it. By the time I get out of this room every day, I'm fried, so I just don't have the time. And to be honest, I never found that the back testing worked that well. And I mean, the program, I mean, the back testing, I mean, it works, but you've got to tinker with it a lot. One day, you back test something, looks pretty good, use it for a couple of days, and then all of a sudden it's not that great. So you got to go back and tinker with it. I mean, it can be fun. It can be fun. Don't get me wrong. And there are people that do it. It's just I'm not one of those people anymore. Back testing is a premium service. So what we're talking, just for those of you who are listening, but what we talk about when we're back testing, you take a strategy that you create, okay, a scan that you create, and then basically you say, okay, what if I took every single stock, every symbol that occurs in that scan, and you can go back as 3 months, 63 trading days. You can go back that long. If I took every single trade that showed up, what would have happened? And you put some criteria in how much you're going to commit to every trade, and an equity curve is generated. And if it looks decent to start, then you can say, okay, well, let's see. And then you can start to tinker with it and say, okay, is there a better price range I should be looking at? Is there a better time of day that I should be looking at? So you can kind of fine tune it, but you don't want to fine tune it so much that you end up with one trade over 63 days, and yeah, that one worked. Okay. I almost want to disagree. Back testing is sort of something that most of our customers don't do. He's saying if you're new, you might want to do it. Certainly, one would not want to dissuade anybody. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back again. Now, again, Espo, it depends what you mean by newer. If you're new to trading, I would say no, because it would be way too confusing. If you're just new to trade ideas, but you've got a lot of experience trading, yeah, you could try it. You can certainly try it. Yeah, so yeah, the SPY is starting to fall. That's a big move. I mean, 7 points down on the SPY. That's a big move. And the reason I don't backtest Espo is that well, this is a scan, okay? I want to see the symbols. I want to see the symbols. And even though if I back tested this, I'd have to. These are two competing scans, okay? Movers to the upside, obviously, as its name, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, and but they're just two competing scans. But if I took one of the scans and I back tested, it'll probably look terrible, absolutely terrible. But I don't care. I want to see the symbols. I want to see what's generated, and then I make up my mind. Looking at the chart, if I want to take the trade. Yeah. So if tech stuff is challenging to you, I would just steer clear of back testing. I'm talking to S Bull in our YouTube room. Most of our customers do not back test. Boy, Dave Mabe, yeah, he's a blast from the past. He used to be at Trade Ideas a long time ago. Actually, I guess not that long ago, but 2 or 3 years ago, I guess. Well, you can still have rules without back testing. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I am in a trade. Maybe I shouldn't tell you. I just need that bid to catch up. Okay. So, I'm using this is I can give you guys a scan. Okay. This is the one from William from last week. I'm starting to use this more as continuation plays as opposed to shorting tops or founding bottoms. And I mean, the AMN is one. Yeah, I can share it. Now, I changed it up a little bit, okay? Actually, well, I think William did the same thing, okay? What we added was the flow. So if you have the original one, because we shared it last week, if you have the original one, what I think William and I, well, I know William did, and I did also, added in the float. Has to be at least 10 million. Okay. So we're not looking at super, super low floats. The other thing that I did, you don't have to do the same thing. What I did, I delayed it 15 minutes. So because at the beginning of the day, I was just getting like pummeled with alerts. And it still gives a lot of alerts. So just to let you know, you don't have to do the same thing, but I just wanted to delay the scan from starting to give me alerts until 15 minutes after the market opened. You don't have to do the same thing. So if you want the scan, here it is. And I'm now, but I'm using the idea of it was more of playing bounces. So, Unity moving down and you try to find a bounce or playing tops, AMN moving higher and you short. But I've been finding, as William said, he didn't create the scan, he said, when this scan, I think it was real or dusty from way back, this was designed as more continuation type plays. Okay, but William was using it more for shorting tops and finding bottoms. Anyway, long-winded. You can use it any way you want, but I'll give it to you. Anybody who wants it, there we are. This is the last one. Certainly gives me enough ideas all day long. I had something similar. I don't. The problem is I don't remember what I called it. I've made so many alerts or scans over 15 years, and I just don't remember what I called it. So instead of trying to rack my brain, why not just use the one that William had? Boy, AHMA just wants to hang around the VWAP, doesn't it? Look at it, just hanging around the VWAP. It's possible, William. I just don't remember. I know I had something like that years and years and years ago, but just haven't. Now, TGTX guys. Now, this could be interesting as a potential bounce. Taking a look at it, let's see if it gets back over 30. I'm going to put a price later around 30. Okay, just underneath 30. See if it gets back there. It's still up 5%. It's sort of an earnings play. They released preliminary data. So again, getting back to your question, Esbo, I mean, you can still have rules without having, back testing. Some of your rules, could be things. Well, I have a set of rules that I follow virtually. Well, not virtually, all the time. The biggest rule is having a stop. Have a stop. Have a price you're getting it out of the trade if it's not working. That's probably the biggest rule that I never, ever, ever break. Now, I bet Barney Fife never said that because that sounds a little too advanced for Barney. He did? No way. What episode? And for you youngins out there, you probably, well, who the heck is Barney Fife? Right. Okay. At least so got something on the go here now for the AMN guys. He is Mr. Furley. Yes. That's for the later the later on in the career. I think he's underappreciated, Don Knotts. I really do. Anyway, okay, ONON. Now, so you talk about a rule as well. Okay, so I'm looking at this as a potential short, but the first thing I do is I look left to see how far could it go before it hits the next low on a daily chart. Okay, that's the first thing I do. So when I look over here, there's a low at 45.83, and so it's right there. Consequently, I would never take the trade right now. Okay, I would not take the trade right now. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there. Now but if it did break down through there, then the next low is 45.15. To me, it's not far enough away. Okay, it's just not far enough away to the next low. So even though I like the idea of potentially shorting ONON, it came from here. Okay, I think. Where did I see it? I saw it somewhere. Oh, it's right there. It's right there. Okay. So, but I won't take the trade because for me, I don't think it's got enough room to move. Now, had I looked left and the next low was say down here at $43 and the stock's at 46, sure, becomes something that we'll take a look at. Okay. So, those are sort of my rules without actually, I could have asked Gemini. Thank you, HLE. Season 4, episode 16. I'll make sure I watch it. the rules that I have a certain price range I like. It doesn't have to be your price range. I'm just talking in general now. Obviously, a minimum volume. I like to see a certain minimum, usually of relative volume. Yeah, so all the scans, all the stocks that I'm seeing are ones that, meet my requirements, obviously, my basic requirements. I'm not gonna see anything that I would not wanna see. I don't like to trade stocks under a dollar, for instance, it doesn't mean you or anybody else, shouldn't. That's just a personal preference, not wanting to trade stocks over a dollar or under a dollar. I have a certain max on most of my scans. I don't, I won't trade stocks certainly over $100. That's just a personal preference. So that whittles down the universe of stocks. So the stocks that I'm seeing here are stocks that I don't mind seeing. Click on them, take a look. What do I see on the daily, weekly, monthly? And I'm doing most of this pretty quick. I love to see stocks over the whole number. So TTI, let's take a look at TTI. The next high looking left, wow, it's a lifetime high. So I mean, there's no resistance whatsoever. It's a lifetime high. It's becoming kind of interesting to me actually. TTI, what's the volume? The relative volume is not huge, but 126 million in the float. The other thing I typically will do is just do a quick look to see if there's any news on it, on anything. Doesn't have I don't have to see news, but if there is news, it's a bonus. I know at 12 o'clock, Jan will start a YouTube stream between 12 and 1. He won't take over my stream. He'll start his own. And that when I say Dan, that's the CEO from Trade Ideas. So let me prep everybody again. The CEO from Trade Ideas will start a YouTube stream, his own, at noon Eastern, maybe a little bit earlier, sometimes 5 too. You can head over and you can ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. So he doesn't believe in news at all, and that's fine. It's not that I don't have to, like, a stock doesn't have to have news for me to take a trade, of course. But if I do happen to see there is some news, it might reinforce the idea of taking a trade. That's all. Like earnings. Now let me make sure he's going to. You have to ask him, Grumpy. He just doesn't agree. He went in. Talked about it last week. Not said I don't because people ask all the time. With this news tab that we've got, it's not great. I know they're trying to improve it, but and he just basically based on what he was saying last week, my guess is that whatever improvements they're going to make, they're going to be minor compared to what people might want. But how many times have in the pre-market, we're looking at the stocks that have gone crazy in the pre-market. We tried to find news and there's nothing. So it doesn't mean we don't trade them. But it's nice, sometimes nice to have a little confirmation about what is going on to see whether or not. I mean, that the only reason I look at it is just I try to see in my mind, that sort of news, does that look like it could sustain it all day? Keep the interest, but he doesn't care. So that's fine. So I'm still in the alts, guys. The alts. Now let's take a look at alts. Okay. Let me go over the wave. And if you don't have the wave on your charts, yeah, this is. It's not. Yeah, I mean, this is not what I call a great example. Okay, of using the wave. And I thought, yeah, it's funny. It's a big float too. 122 million. That's a massive move with that float. I mean, there's no real reason for me to get out of the trade. This has not turned orange. Hmm. See if I can find a better one. The wave really looks nice on the larger cap stocks. Yeah, look at you, okay? So I mentioned this one earlier on. If you had taken the short up here, okay, it's not a matter of seeing a sell flag or a buy flag if you're going long. It's just for me, if I had liked this trade right here, okay, take it right there. I mean, the sell flag has already happened. It's not because of the sell flag. It's just that if I had looked at it and I liked what I saw, I would be in this trade. So I would keep in this trade, in this trade. Now, the minute this happened, okay, I would take some off. This little pop up here, I would take some off. But I would not get out of my entire position. So what the wave has helped me, and I know I nag every day, guys, every single day, but I'm going to keep nagging, is that it helps me keep into a trade way longer than I ever used to. I almost guarantee that if I had taken this short up here, I would have been out my entire position right here if you'd asked me probably 3 or 4 months ago. But now what happens is I'll take off some and then just wait to see if the trend continues. And this is just keeping me in a trade. I'm not in this one, but I mean, this is an example. Okay. No, 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 nothing like that. First day red or day one gap up. No, S-bull. No. Most of my setups are based on relative volume. Okay, high relative volume, going either way. Okay. The only thing I don't have relative volume on, I think, is this, and that's because sometimes these are larger cap stocks. It's not as important to have high relative volume in the larger cap stocks that I found anyway. Okay, TTI, I'm in, guys. I'm in the TTI. I want to see if it has any. It has obviously no resistance because it's an all-time high. So I'm still in the ALTS. I got rid of the AMN. Still in the ALTS. I've taken some off because it's again, it's a little more. The cheaper ones I find don't follow the wave as well as some as the larger cap stocks. And the only reason this is up is because they regained Nasdaq compliance. I mean, there's your news. So yeah, great for the company, but doesn't mean it's not like, okay, we, are a bio and we had some great test results. Yeah, so this scan here as an example, I just want to see, okay? So I mean, when you look at it, this is what I'm looking at. It's right for me. I think Williams is higher. Okay, but I've two and $50. I kept this. Usually, I don't keep this in. The average daily volume over 10 days or 5 days or 30 days. I usually don't do that when I'm intraday trading because why limit yourself when some stock that maybe doesn't normally trade that much and all of a sudden it just explodes today, trading millions of shares. But anyway, decided to keep it in. Minimum volume 300,000. Up five in the last 5 minutes. The volume is at least 250% of normal. Stock is up 25 cents in the last 5 minutes, or down 25 cents. Okay, and then the minimum float. So that's all this is looking for: new high and new low of the day, and also standard deviation. Okay, most of the alerts, I would say, William, I would say I rarely get a standard deviation break. This is the type I've got here. Here's one. I rarely get a standard deviation break as the reason for the alert, but I'll keep it in. Now, what I might do with this one is put the don't repeat on it side by side. Okay. Don't repeat, meaning I'll only see the symbol one time. I still have this one. This will nag at me. Hey, don't forget about me every time I make a new high here, but I might put the don't repeat on this. Yeah, I forget about it. See, I mean, all this is the rapidity of alerts. Okay. Now, on the left-hand side, I mean, if I could, I don't really look at this at all. Um, it's telling you how many alerts per second. So, as this is just a crawl, right? This is just a ticker, like in the old way of following stocks. They're all real time alerts, so you can see the crawl is slowing down. You can see this line right there is, but all of a sudden, if all of a sudden we start to get a lot of alerts coming in, you'd see the line would jump up. This is just alerts per second. That's all it is. I don't need it. If I could actually get rid of it, I would. It doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, it's just telling you, at the market is slowing down. That's all. If you want to look at it that way, but do I really care? All I care about is clicking on the symbol. Just another way of presenting our data. Remember what this is doing. It's taking two competing scans. They're just competing scans. Okay, so if I click on the configure here and the summary, so it does work in the pre-market. So I'm looking at new highs. Okay, if a stock is between 50 cents and $30, I still think I up this. This might be an old one, but you can always adjust anything I've got, of course. So what can be flipped will be flipped. So what do I mean by flip? Well, I can flip a new high to new low. I can flip up 2%. I can flip that down to down 2%. Everything else I cannot flip. You cannot flip the number of shares. So again, what do I mean by that really? Remember, this is on the up data. So if I click on the red data, see how it's been flipped, new low and down 2%. So it's basically taking two scans and running them off against each other. Okay. And it's called the compare count window. It's just another way I could have those individual scans. I could have them up and running. You would see them like an alert window, two different alert windows, one for the upside, one for the downside. I could do that. I've just chosen to show you how you can do something like this. It's called a compare count window, and it's a crawl, and it's giving you real time alerts. So you can do things like take a sector, maybe the energy sector, and you could say, okay, do a compare count of the stocks in the energy sector that I'm following. Which ones are moving up and which ones are moving down. Compare them, things like that. Speaking of which, I blame Ori or not Ori, Obi or William. What I want to do I run 10:30 every day is go through this. Okay, so I'm going to click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on dock to channel bar. Dock to channel bar. And then I'm going to click on the show more. and I'm going to scroll down. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to go to the sector channel, sector status channel. Close your ears, Pepe. Or you know what? Somebody should ask Dan, why the heck can't we fix this? Well, just means there are more red coming in, I guess. Okay, I would just discount it. I wouldn't even. I don't even look at it. Okay, if I could, if I could get rid of this, I would. I don't even care about the cylinder that much. This is because I don't believe. And you can always start it. You can clear it, and let's start at 50-50. So now starting from today. So for instance, what if at the beginning of the day the market was ripping, and then all of a sudden it started to drop? You could clear it, and you're probably going to get more red in here. All I care about is the symbol. Okay, to be honest, the symbols that are coming through. But let me go over this. Okay, these are some of the major sectors. Okay, and silver again. This has been on top for the last 3 or 4 days. So silver is up 6%. XLE, remember we were looking at XLE earlier, the energy sector up 2%. So what this is telling you, 52%, 47% in red, it's basic, call it 50-50. Okay. It is basically saying that of the symbols that are the symbols that make up these sectors, 50% of them are up and about 50% of them are down. So you can go down to XLK, the energy ETF, and this is the worst performing sector today, right now, in this list. Down 1.8%, semis down 1.6%, etc. Okay, whereas silver best performing. So if you're going to take a silver company like a miner or something, you'd probably want to check to see what silver is doing, the SLV is doing. Now, here's how you can kind of drill into the individual sectors. Unfortunately, we don't have silver as one of these, but you could always create your own. But take a look at some of the individual sectors. So this is a good one right here. Look at XLP, 94%. That means that in the consumer staples, XLP sector, 94% of them are up for the day. Now, it doesn't mean that they're all ripping. It just means, one of these stocks could be up like 0.0001% from yesterday's close, and it'll be part of the green. But you can take a look and you can see that BF.B is up 3.6%. It's the top of the sector. BG, Bungie, is up 2.9%, etc. What I'd be doing though, I'd be looking down and said, well, what is one that is not? And you can so MN. I think actually somebody asked about Monster or Monster Beverage. So for whatever reason, MNST, this is going counter to the sector. Now, I don't think it's an earnings play. I don't see earnings today on it. I don't see that it's had. So there's something, there might be some news about it. So some of you might just want to look at this all day long and check out to see what the strongest stocks are in a sector, what the weakest ones are. Energy, again, energy has been ripping today. It's old Apache, APA, okay, up 4.9%. Well, what one isn't? So you can take a look at EQT. There's some reason why this is not following the sector. Maybe there is some news on it. Maybe that, I don't know. I'm just quickly looking. I don't see any news on it, but there's some reason why this is the only stock in this list of stocks that we have for XLE is down for the day. So it's up to you. I mean, you don't have to use this, but some of you this might be something that's all you do every single day is just get this sector status up and just follow these stocks. Generally speaking, they're larger cap stocks. You're not going to see like monster moves, but that can give you sort of a plan every day just to follow this. Well, hallelujah. Where did you know what, guys? I can't remember where I saw TTI. Where did I see it? Well, oh, it was right here. So it was right here. So that's, I clicked on it earlier, of course. And when I saw, remember, no, you know what? It had to be somewhere else because I saw that the price was just over the whole number, which I liked. So this is not showing me that unless I did click on it. Just trying to remember where I saw it. If it was, might have been here. I think it was in here actually. I saw it and it was at 1104. And I love the stocks that are over the whole number. Now, did I know that it was an all-time high at the time? No, but that's why I click on it. I liked the fact it was over the whole number. And then I got really interested when I saw it was a lifetime high. Obviously, there's no chart resistance. So took the trade. Doesn't mean it's good. I know it was going to do this? Of course not. But right now, at this point, in fact, just give me a moment. Okay, I've just taken some off. Why have I taken some off? The fact is that right now it has gone a little parabolic. Parabolic for me, meaning that you see that bar right there. It is not touching the top of the wave anymore, and so for me, that is a sign maybe to take some off because other traders might be looking at this and going, "Whoa, it's gone a little parabolic," And so I like to see the bars keeping in touch. It just keeps it a little easier to keep in a trade for me. But I'm not going to get out of my entire position because this wave is still blue. Now, if you don't have the wave on your charts, I would consider adding it. It's part of the standard service. It's not like an additional add-on cost. I just find it really helps visually to keep you in a trade a lot longer. Now, if you don't agree, don't do it. I'm not trying to convince people to do it, but I just find that for me, it's been a wonderful visual aid. If I took the wave off, I'd still see the same, obviously, but it just gives me a little more visual interpretation of what's happening. So I'm not going to go over how to add it if nobody asks. But I will say this: if you're wanting to understand maybe sort of the math behind it, if you go to new from our toolbar, click on new from the toolbar and click on dock channel bar. I always say that because we do have something called the channel bar. Don't click on that one. Click on dock channel bar. And again, we bring up our theme-based channels. And if you click on Ripster's Rippers, okay, that's what it's based on. And what will happen is a video will pop up somewhere. It popped up on my other monitor. And this is a video that kind of explains what this is all about, what the wave is all about. Okay. Now, if you don't see it, but you hear it because it could be tucked in behind your channel if you only have one monitor. Again, this popped up on my other monitor. Okay. And that'll give you a little bit of an idea about what the wave is all about. But look at this. I mean, look how now you can see. Now, the other thing I normally do is if we start getting some bars, especially another color bar, and it starts piercing the wave, that would be a time where I'd probably take some off also. So the fact that it was getting a little disconnected, that got me out a little bit earlier than if I had waited for 11:27. Again, is there a video on this? No, this is just something that I have noticed, over the last, I don't know, what, 3 months, 2 months that I've been using this. What the heck did they do? TTI does, so well, and it's an energy company. Wow. I got out of the AMN way too early. I think, I should have stuck with it, guys. But I did get out of it. I should have taken some off right there, sort of followed my, call it rules, if you will, and I'd still be in this one. Celebi? So, guys, if you ask me questions, it'll keep me engaged. Otherwise, I'll just kind of fade away. I don't know. I'm just pausing myself right now. I'm still in two trades, the alts. I'm rarely in more than two trades at a time. Most of the time, I'm only in one trade at a time. I'm rarely in more. Wow, look at the ROLR guys. Yeah. I mean, this is one that, believe it or not, if it takes out 20 later on in the day, this could, I mean, it'll be an all-time high. It's an all-time. Now it is an all-time high because remember, most services do not count whatever happens in the pre-market or post-market as, when they're talking about all-time highs. Okay. But the pre-market high was just over 20 for, no, wait a minute. This is lunar I'm looking at. It was more of a feel that I cut it. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have cut it. Well, okay. Actually, I have a better explanation about why I cut it. Oh, that's not the symbol. Oh, it's AMN. What am I doing? AMN. You see, the issue is that I was in fairly late. Okay, had I been in down here, okay, had I seen it for some reason down here, I would have kept in. I would have taken some off here and kept in the trade. The problem is I was in this at the 1725 mark. Okay, right around here. That's when I think I saw it. So when it started doing this, I said, I mean, I got up to 1760, which is a great move. Great move. Had I been in earlier, though, all I would have done here is taken some off. Okay. So it all depends. So that's why I got out of it. And too bad because I mean it's still like a great mover still. Well, it's pretty extended now. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to tell you to buy it because I'm in it. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty extended right now. I mean, it doesn't mean it's not going to keep going higher, but I personally would never be entering it now. I'm going to keep in it. Took some off right in this area around the 1130 mark, 1132 to be exact. And I was in at 1112. So great move. It's interesting, William, because I mean the market is down. Well, the market has had a nice rally, actually, a 3-point rally. I'm getting very few in this. I mean, these are all stocks making new highs, and very few, in pink are the ones making new lows. Very few. Interesting. With the market being down, I would have thought you'd get a few. Okay, so yeah, confirmation that Dan will he'll start his own YouTube feed, okay, stream. He's not taking over from me. What For those of you who don't know, between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And typically what happens on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over for me in the current YouTube stream. But Dan wants to create his own, so he doesn't take over for me. So when I get the link for his YouTube stream, which will maybe be in about 20 minutes from now, I'll put the link in both YouTube and in the main room, and you can head over and listen to Dan if you want. Again, he's the CEO of Trade Ideas, so a great opportunity to talk to him if you want. Ask him questions about the program, maybe some things you'd like to see added, things you like, things you don't like. Now's your opportunity. Well, guys, so still in the two trades, the ALTS is sort of wearing me out a bit. I just have a feeling it's just not going to jump that much anymore. But again, it's flattening a little bit, so I'm going to watch this one. It's flattening. It's still blue. It's had some little oranges, but not great. Remember, blue good if you're going long, orange bad, orange good if you're going short. But I wouldn't say this is a wonderful representation of the wave right now in order to keep in a trade, because you can see there's some choppiness right now. So, ROLR has been halted, and this is going to be obviously more than a 5-minute halt. Got halted at 11:29 plus 8 seconds. So, had it been, it would have been open by now. So, when they're not 5-minute halts, usually they're a multiple of 5, so 10. Okay, guys. Campbell Soup. Oh well, it's called the Campbell Company now. CPB. Okay, guys. This showed up on was showing up everywhere. I didn't take it, but look at this. I mean, just a nice move from here. It's still halted though. ROLR still halted. Yes, William. Yes, yes, yes. So Pepe, you're usually on top of this stuff. I'm going to ask Steve also for the link. I'm talking about the YouTube link for when Dan. Now, Dan usually starts a little bit earlier than noon, usually a couple of minutes before. Doesn't mean that's what's going to happen today. Yeah, usually what time? Usually maybe 10 minutes from now. Oh, wow, guys. So there's the roller just opened and opened over 20, or it got up to 20 anyway. 20, I got up to 22. Wow, wow. Look at BRBR. Look at this thing just ripped here on some volume, guys. BRBR. Really like the scan, William. You get a lot of alerts, but really like. I mean, well, it's because the volume in the last minute has to be up big volume in the last 5 minutes. But boy, you certainly see big momentum moves. Now that one for you might. I don't know if you shorted this one, this TGNA. I don't know if you shorted it. I don't know if it was too quick. But how I'm kind of using it is watching for the pop, see if there's a pullback, and then see if it pops again. All right, guys, give me a moment. Don't have it yet. It's not available yet, Ori. I'm just waiting for it. Okay. Pepe usually has it. We're just waiting for it. I don't know why Dan just doesn't just take over my my stream, but so the BRBR, I mean, remember I just talked about this, had the big pop. It didn't really pull back at all, and then it just kept going. Now, is there any news on BRBR other than the price target lowered to 26 from 34? Okay, that's the news I see. After hours, though, yesterday they published an update to their financial calendar, whatever that means. I mean, I can read it. There's going to be a conference call on the 3rd. Well, that's their earnings date, so I don't. That's not big news. CRML, okay. That's well. In fact, there it is. Boy, that's scary, isn't it? I just popped on my price alerts. Do I want to take it now? Not necessarily, though. I just saved my layout. I made a. So what I did was I created a don't repeat version of it. Okay. So now I'm only going to see the stock the one time. Wow. Why didn't you do this for me when I was when I was in it? Yeah, it is. I'm using the baseball bat sound on this one, and or home run. That's what it's called. So, yeah, okay, guys. Let's see. Did the BRBR pull back at all? A little bit, not much. Yeah, we've had a. I mean, look, the trend is down. Okay, you can see the trend is down. We're making lower highs. You can see that, but still, within. But definitely the trend is down. Do I draw trend lines? No, I don't. I asked a long time ago, Z, for on the opening range break. I asked because what happens on the opening range break, you can get something that breaks the range and then comes back down into it and then up again and up again. I asked if we could ever figure out a way to put the count on it, just like we can put the count. How many new highs a stock makes. We can say, okay, only show me if a stock makes, say, 25 new highs or 25 new lows. And I wanted them to be able to just put the count on it, saying, okay, say 3, the count 3. So what that would mean is don't show me unless the stock has broken the opening range 3 times, which might mean that it's finally has broken it, as an example. I asked for that, I don't know, many, 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 many years ago, and they I don't know, they I guess it must be, hard to do. I'm still amazed, I'm just not getting anything. You know what? Yeah, I'm still not getting anything on the downside. You was really the only one that was over and over again. It would be great, because too many times you get a false breakout on the opening range. I really like the idea of, a 15-minute opening range break. I love the idea of it. But what I was finding, and putting the alert on it, but I was finding though, it would break it and come right back down. Then what do you do? But I'd love to see, okay, even delay it 3 times. It has to break it 3 times. So break it, come back down, break it, come back down, and then maybe the third, or whatever count you want. I think that would be a great. Are you talking to me, William? I'm not, because remember I have a $50 price, um, $50 price on it, max. So I'm not seeing those. Now, PLAB. It's okay, Grumpy. You can donate it to your favorite charity in my name. How's that? So, the only issue I've got with this I mean, look at the room it's got on the monthly chart anyway. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. It's got a ton of room, a ton of room. So I just have my problem is it's relatively close to the whole number. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to put a price alert right around 31, just around 31, and see if it gets close to that. So Willie, sorry, Pepe's got the link. Okay, guys, so here is the link. Is he started it yet, or is it just warming up? No, it looks like he started it, or this is what he's got. I don't know if he's actually talking yet, but this is the display. Okay. So yeah, not speaking yet. Okay, but there's the link, guys, to get into YouTube. Thank you again, Pepe. Oops. And give me a moment for the YouTubers. I can put the link in there. So he's not talking yet, but so for those of you on YouTube, you can come back once it's done, back into the YouTube stream. But Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will be starting to talk pretty soon. And here is the link. Thank you, Pepe. So I'm all out of the TTI, guys. Yeah, and I said oot. So all I've got right now, I still have some of the alts left. And it had a little pop actually. So I'm going to take my break. The minute he starts talking, I'm going to take my break. Because as I say, this is the opportunity. Not too many CEOs of companies do something like this. So here's your opportunity, to ask him questions. I might look at it later on, Ahmed. See, but it's that's a pretty big pullback, and I'm sure it's probably turned orange. Yeah, you see, turned orange. But nice. I mean, a great from for me anyway. 11, 12. I didn't get out right at the very top, but that's a nice move out of nowhere. Oh, I better put my announcement in. So I might take a longer break depending on how long Dan talks. All right, so he is talking now, guys. He is talking now. So, okay, so he is talking right now. So I'm going to mute myself. 11:53. So I might be back a little earlier, but normally he goes right to 1 o'clock. Sometimes a little after. So he is talking right now. So I'm muting myself now, and so we'll see you guys in about an hour. Okay, and for YouTubers, I'll have to mute. All right, guys, I'm back a little early. We get rid of the announcement here, the 1 o'clock announcement. Dan is probably still talking. I don't know if anybody went over and listened to him. Any special insights that he has? So, Naya Kim, I see your question. I really don't trade after hours, so I don't have any special insight what I would look for. I mean, perhaps the only thing I would do, some stock that has been very active during the day, especially maybe a low floater, and closes near the high of the day, and you watch to see what its first couple of trades do in the after hours. And if there's room looking left, yeah, maybe, but I don't trade after hours at all. So I don't. I can't remember the last time I initiated a trade after hours. I can't even remember holding a trade through after hours. The only time sometimes I'll trade after hours is if, just like I said, maybe I was in some kind of a wild one, and but I'm not in it anymore. And then I watch towards the end of the day, and it closes right near the high of the day, and then watch that first couple of trades in the after hours, and maybe. But I haven't done that in a long time either, so I don't really have any special insight. I don't trade earnings plays. I'm not going to guess that if a company has earnings after hours, I'm not going to guess that they're going to be good, so I'll take it before. So maybe somebody else has better insight than I do, but I just don't trade after hours. Man, but however, what I sure missed the boat, and I missed the boat in not watching it, continuing to watch it, the CRML. That was my missing the boat. I took that trade relatively early in the day, went long, got stopped out. And what I forgot to do though was to put a price alert back where I got in the first time. And that's what Poe was saying. After hours for days runners, probably though near the closing near the high of the day, right? Like you wouldn't want some stock. Let's take CRML as an example. Okay. I mean, usually cheaper and usually a low floater. But if it pulled all the way back down to here, got back down to 14 or 15 or 13, I doubt very much you'd want to. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. If I were looking at this one, I would want to see it closing near the high of the day and then see what it does in the first few trades. Yeah, I saw that. Roller almost hit 25. Yeah. So, take the advice from or the opinion of Poe, who does it, okay, who actually does trade after hours. One reason I don't trade after hours is that by that time I'm too whipped. Okay. But wow, 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 the CRML. It just didn't do this when I was in it. That's another thing that William says, especially with the bios, you can always, and there's no guarantee that even if you waited the first 5 minutes that they're not going to spring a financing. But yeah, you always have to be a little cautious, I think, for some of the buy, especially if it's maybe not the first day. I'd still be really cautious though. But if it's the second day that a stock has been up, and a little bio has been up, I mean, you got to think that they're chomping at the bit to do a financing of some sort. Maybe not the first day of the big move. Let's see, is Dan done? Let me see if I can just find the link. No, he's still talking. Okay. Well, I hope anybody had a question about the program or the pro. I know he talks about the money machine. He's going. That's what he's going to do. But you could. That's a good time to ask general questions. Well, I'm pretty sure you weren't able to get this SNN. It just had a massive drop, just like that. Popped up SNN. Oh, you weren't watching it. Okay. I mean, this one. I mean, it's possible after hours. This one could rip. I mean, still, it's one of. But you can't. I wouldn't take many shares. But if it closes near the high and it rips, or closes just under and it rips through that high, there's nothing stopping it because it's a lifetime high. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping it. I mean, it's a low float, uh, but it's up 500%, 540% right now. Boy, VKTX is continues. Was another one from your scan, William. Just continues. I mean, I'm finding that they're just. I haven't seen anything on the. Again, I know I keep repeating myself, but I haven't seen anything on the downside for so long. Here's one double D and SA, silver, maybe, but I mean, hardly any stocks in that scan moving down. Even though the market obviously is down today, you would think I would have thought there'd be a lot more that are moving down than moving higher. So, I mean, these are obviously these stocks that we're looking at, alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing. Working to get that, Ryan. I'll show you. This is from William. So I put my little touch on it. Okay, he's got a higher price range, but you can take a look at it. And the other thing I did, what you may or may not want to do, is I've delayed it. So you're not going to get an alert in the first 15 minutes. Okay. I just found I was overwhelmed. I mean, it's still got a lot of alerts, but you can take a look at it and make any adjustments you want to the price range. If you want to take out the 15-minute delay. Now, his way of using it, Ryan, just to let you know, it's not the way I'm using it, really. But his way of using it is shorting the tops and trying to find and trying to go long on the bounces. Okay. So in green, these are in theory shorting tops. And if it was in pink, it'd be trying to find a bounce. Take a look at it, silver. I'm not using it like that. And as always, though, it doesn't mean just because I get an alert, I pile into the trade immediately. Of course not. CRML, it's killing me. That one was one from that scan that I took early, got stopped out, and just forgot to keep following it. Because and this is a great so if you had taken this trade, even if you had waited, here's the VWAP. It pulled right into the VWAP and got into it, in this area, and you're riding it, riding it, riding it, riding it right there. I would have taken some off had I been in down here. I would have taken some off here, as the wave flattened out and you had a piercing of it. But I would not have, if assuming I was in down here, I would have not taken everything off and then ride, ride, ride. Now, at this point, more than likely, I might have taken everything off, even though it did turn blue again, because that was a big piercing of the wave, even though it did not turn. My guess is if I look at a 1 minute chart, probably turned orange just briefly. Yeah, see that orange? But, it all depends on when you're into the trade, when you get a little downturn, take some off, but this is just rippage. Still in the alts. Oh gosh, I'm still in the alts, the ALTS. Well, it's just a matter of looking, there it is on the weekly chart, 2243. I can't see it on the daily chart. So I mean, if I really wanted to see it on the daily chart, I would have to, I have to go back to this week, which is back in October. I have to scroll back. So if you're saying 1750, is that because you see you have scrolled back? I mean, I see this 1715 right there. I see on the daily chart, the next high is 1832. If I go back on January 12th, really? January 12th. You're talking yesterday or 2 days ago? I don't see that. I don't see that. I mean, this is the 12th as far as I can see. Now, don't look at the pre-market. The high was 1644. Well, the high I have is 1644. I don't know where you're getting, what chart are you looking at that says 1750? Well, but where are you getting 1750? Just out of curiosity, like you didn't make that number up. Where are you seeing 1750 on a chart? Because when you look left 2 days ago, the high was 1644. Ah, well, maybe the IV charts are different. I mean, I'm surprised. And you're not talking about pre-market, right? You're because remember now, I'm only looking at highs and lows between 9:30 and 4. That's typically what people do. Unless you're looking intraday to day and you're seeing a high, but let me just I've got one IB chart. Let me see if I can bring up a daily on it. You are right, I do see a spike high. I don't know why we don't have it. Now it's possible sometimes, if that was kind of one of those weird prints we have disabled. We don't have the weird prints anymore in our charts. But you are right. I'm looking at, yeah. I mean, yeah, 1739. I have. So it's possible. I mean, I don't know why our charts don't have that. I have a feeling it's possible. It's one of those print situations. And our charts, we have got rid of those kind of weird prints, but I mean, I do rely on our charts. So ADUR just showed up on the scan, but when you look left for ADUR, look at all the little areas it could stall. It could, the price is 1342. The next high looking left is 1352. You've got something here at 1357. So for me, even though it showed up, this is what I'm talking about. It showed up here, but just because it showed up doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade. I've always got to look left, and I don't like what I'm seeing. Now, it doesn't mean it's not just going to continue to move, but between here and 14, to me, it looks like there's could be some pretty tough resistance. Now the the volume is starting to come in, but you too, Todd. Oh, you had a red day? Really? That's too bad. What redded you? What was the red? What was the big red? Was it the roller? Oh, GSIT. Really? GSIT. Interesting. All I saw from GSIT is the drop after the pop in the pre-market. I mean, yeah. See, once the market opened, I mean, yeah, it just plunged. It actually went negative. Hmm. As I say, ADUR. Oh, the dip on the market open. Okay, so what did it dip to? Of course, it depends on the chart time frame, but on the 5-minute chart, so it dipped down to 8. We should take it around 8. No bounce, no bounce at all. I mean, maybe a little one starting here, but yeah. Okay, well, there's good discipline, Todd. You have a maximum loss on the day, and you're gonna. So I don't want to see you in this room until tomorrow. Okay, I don't want to see you. And don't try to come back as another alias because I know what your IP is. Okay. Um, yeah, I don't know how to answer that exactly. I mean, you just got to follow your rules. I mean, and just deal with it. The fact that you get stopped, I got stopped out, right? My problem was not putting the alert, my price alert, back where I got in. ISP, sorry, ISP. Did I say IP? ISP. Because what I have, well, I've had trade ideas for a long time now. So what the program is excellent at doing is that, okay, you get stopped out of one, but you can always get back into another. There's always something usually to look at. So it doesn't bother me when I get stopped out. And if it turns around, my problem with that one is that, or my error on that one is I forgot to put a price alert back where I got in the first time. But, I mean, so I moved on from it. Are you talking about blank bank blank blank nightly, William? Or do you know what I'm talking about? I think you do. Oh, just give me a moment. So yeah, I guess the thing is, it just don't you got to move on. I mean, it can be frustrating, I mean, but I got stopped out, and I was very happy to get stopped out of the sea. Well, happy. I mean, I paid my, and it would have been a much bigger loss, as I said before. Did it turn around and then turn out to be, you know, a fantastic trade? Yes, but I just forgot to put my price alert. Okay, okay, Mr. Freely, I get it. I get it. Okay, so it's a variation. I'm glad to see our juvenile minds are still at work. And then, try to use the wave, to keep you in trades. You can practice using the trade wave to try to keep you in trades. But it looks like this roller is just going to take out 25, doesn't it? Now, when I say that, I'm not saying to take the trade, but it just has that look. I mean, it almost did. Look at that, got right to the high again. Yeah, absolutely. Nagira, absolutely. If I can't, as long as it's not an accounting question, in which case I'd have to direct you to our accounting specialists. I think you asked that. I remember you were asking that question several weeks ago, or last week, or a couple of weeks ago. So I don't ever change it to the last trading day, but I thought what you wanted to do, you can have the race run all like in the pre-market, all the way during the market hours, call it the 9:30 to 4, and then continue into post-market. Okay. Now I don't know. It's not going to show constantly. I mean, it's going to stop. It's going to stop at some point, at 9, 8 o'clock, I guess, Eastern time. It won't start until 4 and in the morning. Well, all you have to do is this. Okay, I'm going to duplicate the window just because I don't want to overwrite it. But you see where it's, I'm going to stop. So here are the settings. Um, right click, show race setup. So all you have to do is say auto start on load. Okay, I've got it auto start at time 9:30. All you have to do is set it to auto start at load. That which means yeah, it's all on the way up. You're right. Which means then the minute you open trade ideas, it'll start. Okay, and it'll run until you close it, and you just do the same thing the next day. You don't have to do this every day. I mean, you don't have to check that every day, but just let it. Just when you open trade ideas, whenever you open it, it'll start to run. If you check that auto start unload. This I don't even know what that means. Auto start last day replay. I think that's just a replay. I've never even looked at that. But I think all you want to do is just check auto start on load, let it run, start running when you open it. Depending on what time you open it, it'll just start running, and then let it run right through the close and into the post market. And that should give you what you're wanting. Now, as far as I haven't flipped the small cap, I flipped this one, and all you'd have to do is just change so you just have to change the settings a little bit. I'll be honest, I've never even looked at auto start last day replay. I don't even know what that means. Okay. Replay to me just meant replay during the day, during the day. But it sounds like all you want to be able to do is just, have it run in the pre-market and post-market every day. You have to open trade ideas to do that. Okay. It's not going to do it if you don't have trade ideas open, but and as far as the flip of it, I flipped this one, and all you'd have to do is change the filters, really. Yeah, just okay. Just then that's the easiest thing to do. Just say auto start on open. So whenever you open trade ideas, it'll start to run, and just keep going, until right through 4:30, and just keep. It'll keep working after hours. Okay. Then, as far as a flip is concerned, so I know this is not the small cap, but this is the flip of this one. Okay, so it'll be the same principle. You just have to change, the filters. Auto start unload. Yeah, just auto start unload. So you would just change you go into I can give you this, and you just open the top list and make some adjustments to the top list. Get rid of all you'd have to do really is just get rid of these two, the market cap, and so watch if I do this. I'll get rid of the market cap because you want, and I'll get rid of the float. What price range would you want? Because right now, what price range would you want in your small cap? I mean, right now I've got 10 and 50, but so what price range? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make it 1 and 30. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, then all you have to do then is now get rid of the day also. You don't care about. So if you're looking for a mirror image of the other one that I had, I don't have it up and running right now. This would be very close. And then when you launch it, the only thing you have to do is this, is in the race setup, is make sure that you have got it in descending, okay? Descending. In this one, this is in the other one, the large cap or the small cap gainers, ascending is checked. So just check descending. Well, you can add whatever filter you want, Nagira, any filter you want. Remember now, all races are started from a top list window. So you can add any filter you want. You want to add the short float interest and the float, have a maximum float and a minimum float interest. Yeah, you can do all that. And then you'll see the stocks that are moving down the most. No reason. I just started 4 minutes when the racing was started many years ago. I don't know why I picked 4 minutes, to be honest. There was no reason. Favorite number four. I really don't remember. I know I didn't want 10. I wanted more race. See, I wanted more race or a smaller time frame than 10 because I wanted a top 10 list built fairly quickly. Yeah, go ahead. Use three or five. There's no magic about four. Believe me, no magic whatsoever. Yeah, no problem. One more. This is another one, William, that just kept running and running. MBX from that scan. Stubbornly holding on to the. Yeah, just press the play button, but make sure you save your layout also. Just save your layout because it probably won't save the like any change you make because basically what you're doing is you're changing a top list. So any change you make, just make sure you save your layout. But once you've got the changes, yeah, just click the play button and then it'll take into account the new changes. But make sure you save your layout also. Also, what I would do is save the race just in case, okay? Right click, save or share to cloud, and save the race. That's how I was able to bring that race. The large cap losers because I had saved it. Wow, look at roller, unbelievable. Yeah, I would always save individual scans you create, including a race. Save it to the cloud, just in case you accidentally hit an X or something. And you don't have to agonize and say, "Oh man, I got to do it all from scratch again." Just save anything you create to the cloud. Save your layout to the cloud. And another one now, William. I'm, well, I'm only talking to you on these because I know you see these, but so I mean that had the nice dip there. Interesting that it did not on a 2 minute chart did not turn orange. 100% it turned orange on a 1 minute. Yeah, little. So that's what I would do, guys. If you're in a trade, you know, depending on your time frame you're in, and you start to see, even though, so if you look at this one, even though it didn't turn blue on this move here, I would go to a shorter time frame to see. Okay, and that might give you an idea to, okay, maybe I should take some off. If that makes sense. Ugh. No, I doubt very much they'll do it. I mean, well, depends what you mean. I mean, here's the set. You just have to know that most halts are 5 minutes long. That's all. Okay, most halts are 5 minutes long. So this got halted at 122 plus 8 seconds. If that's what you mean, you have to expand the time. If that's what you're talking about, you just have to if this is what you're seeing, you mean like that? You just have to, go to the right hand corner of the time and just drag it so that you can see the seconds, if that's what you're talking about. I thought you meant like a countdown timer or something. Okay. So as William says, just you can see I've got my pointer on the time, and then when minute it changes to like that, I left click. I hold down the left click on my. Okay, and then I drag it. Well, you have to find a way to do it. I mean, if your window is too confined, then there's not much more we can do. But you can see it is possible to see the time or in seconds. Maybe get rid of something. Like what do you need in your, I don't really need the float. I mean, I don't really need the volume, really. I don't really need this, the counts. I don't even know why I have it here, to be honest. Only thing I really need is the symbol, the time. And then I don't even, well, yeah, I do need the description because I want to see. Obviously, I don't need, well, in theory, I don't even need this description because I mean, resume, I mean, I'm going to get the type. So I know it's a, or do I? Let me just see. To get rid of columns anywhere, just right click and go to properties. Okay. Sorry, not in this case. That's it. Right click, configure. Okay, right click, configure, and then go to columns. Okay, so I'll do it again. So here's your window, right click, configure, go to columns. Now, whatever columns you don't want, just let's say I didn't want the time or the symbol or description. Left click on it, so that highlights it, and then right click it over, right arrow it over to get rid of it. Okay, so good. You're ahead of me. You know how to do that. And that you can do that on any. Yeah, I would get rid of. I don't even know why I have counts, to be honest. That in theory was how many times it made a new high. I think. I don't think it's the number of. Pretty sure it's not the number of. Maybe it is. No, I wonder. Maybe that count is actually how many times it's been halted and resumed. Huh. I've never even thought about it. That might be it. Well, no, because I don't think this one has been halted 14 times. Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's it. How many halts and resumes a stock has had, or the number of halts? Well, heck, how come remember we're wondering, well, what's the record? Okay, that is the number of halts. Okay, so that's the count. If you don't care about that, you can get rid of that too. How do you keep from getting duplicate alerts? Okay, so this is what you do. So I still want this window. I'm sorry, who asked the question now? W. Harrison. I still want this. Okay, I do want to see it over and over again. Okay, so assuming you want that. Oh, look at CRML. So what you do then is duplicate the window, assuming you still want to see this. You just don't want to see the don't repeat. So you duplicate the window, right click, duplicate the window. Okay. And then go right click and go to properties. Okay. Right click, go down to properties and you see where it says don't repeat. Click on don't repeat. So this is now you just check the don't repeat symbol for, and here are your time frames. You can say for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, or for the day. That's what I've done. So that means tomorrow, I'll be able to see when the first alert happened and what did it do from there. Now you don't have you can do it for 30 minutes if you want or whatever time frame you pick, but and then the only other thing I would do is probably, give it an like what I do anyways, I put DR because I'm going to save these. I'm going to save both of these. So I just put DR. So I know that for me, that obviously stands for don't repeat. Good grief. Look at the roller. Yeah. Okay. Let me get off the phone with my banker to tell him to release all the money he can possibly can. And so I can buy this ROLR. Kidding. But it's an all time. I mean, there's nothing stopping it. Nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance. I should say that. Okay. Well, I remember thinking, okay, and if we took out 20, I might want to get interest. I don't know when it did that though. Yeah, when it took out 20 was when I was on my break. Yeah, right there, and that was at 12:05. So that I was thinking about taking some on a 20 break, but I was on my break, so costly break. Well, if you have center point, I mean, I can't speak for all the other brokerages, right? But my guess, if anybody with center point probably has shorts available for ROLR, maybe Trade Zero and Cobra. Those are the three that kind of specialize in having shorts all the time for virtually anything. But it's a darn good thing, most of the time don't have shorts available. Like where would you have shorted it? Here, 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 here. Yeah, in retrospect, it always looks obvious. Bonjour, 153. Okay. 153. How do I set the volume change from the previous day without seeing the ones that have changed? We do not distinguish volume change. Okay. So we don't distinguish. We don't have a way of breaking out the pre-market volume, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, so I mean the volume change from previous day, the volume is going to be the well, call it the 9:30 on volume plus the pre-market volume, if that's what you mean. It's been often asked. I don't know why we can't. I mean, personally, it wouldn't make any difference to me, but I understand for some. I mean, we have post-market volume. We are able to have a data point for post-market volume, but we do not have. Yeah, so unfortunately, no, you cannot have. We don't have a way to separate now. No, we don't have a way to separate the volume out. Any particular reason why you would want to do that anyway? The thing is, with the VWAP, for instance, okay, this line here, as far as I know, includes the pre-market volume. This VWAP down there does not. Now, I would always, I mean, a stock that's trading a whole bunch in the pre-market, like ROLR did, I'd want to have, I would want to have the VWAP having the pre-market volume. Why not? I mean, there's a lot of trading in the pre-market. So yeah, so this VWAP that we have here in the single stock window as the filter, I don't believe that includes the pre-market volume. Okay, but I would say that I think the pre-market volume for VWAP should be included. If a stock is trading millions and millions of shares in the pre-market, I mean that's a lot of action at a certain price, perhaps. So why wouldn't you want to include it once the market opens? Well, the 9:30 open. That's my opinion anyway. All right. Cantor Fitzgerald trying to maintain. This is on the 12th. This is yesterday or 2 days ago. Kodiak AI. But that was a couple of days ago. But the stock is dropping now. You know it's going to take out the high. You just know it is. Now I mean, I'm not saying it would have been the easiest thing in the world to follow this wave, but I mean, there's a buy flag there. And what would have been the price around 25? But those are pretty wide bars price wise. It's all about where would you put your stop, I mean, you have to have a very wide stop. I'm surprised the spread has been, I mean, it gets a little wide sometimes, and we're right now 25 cents, but it's not been crazy. I mean, for a stock that's moving so quickly, and there you go. There's that 33 almost. Okay, amen. Would you let's take a look at Verdun. So I do see Truist, who's doing this one? UBS. So you're saying there are about 9 analysts? Yeah, Jeffries, Cowan. So a lot of analysts, and the average, what average price target about 61. Now nobody's saying it's going to get there, but you got a lot of analysts who are piling into this one, VRDN. I would not see this one because the relative volume is only one, so it is not trading abnormally. Doesn't mean it's not bad to trade. It just means that from my most of my scans, I just wouldn't see it. All right, guys. Well, I'm sure Dan is done by now. So anybody who listened to Dan between approximately 12 and 1. Okay, so TV is total volume, and volume underscore P is the previous. But why is it important to you to discount the pre-market volume? Just out of curiosity. I mean, that possible it works. I mean, I don't know. I've never tried that, but the TV is total volume. Volume underscore P is previous. But again, why is it important to discount the pre-market volume? If it's very low, then it's not going to affect that much anyway. But if it's a lot, why wouldn't you want to know about it? Because the TV includes the pre-market, unless something has changed. Give me a moment. I just want to look. I want to check. See, I think though when I know what you're looking at this as the volume today, but I'm unless something has changed, this includes the pre-market. Okay. Way too expensive for me to day trade, develop, but let's take a look at, unless maybe you use one of the ETFs designed for Tesla. But this is for me, this is too expensive to day trade. Yeah, so it includes the pre-market, as Pepe says. So it will not do what you. But again, I just just out of curiosity, why does it matter? If the pre-market volume is so low, then it's not going to affect the overall volume of today. And if it's a lot, I would want to know about it. But I guess everybody's different. So yeah, as far as Tesla, I mean, TSLA, how much is that? So I mean, if you thought Tesla was going to go up, you could try using this TSLL. Okay, you wanted to go long Tesla, you could try this, I suppose, and you'll get double the move. Because it's only $17, but plenty of volume, 58 million shares. So, but I don't, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try if you think. And the other, was it TSLS? So if you thought Tesla was going to move down, you can buy this. Okay, you can buy this. This is only a one-timer, but look how cheap it is. If you thought Tesla was going to move down, you could buy this one. This is the short ETF for Tesla. Okay. Talking to develop in our YouTube room. Otherwise, what are you going to do? I mean, if you're going to try to buy Tesla up here, how many shares you're going to get, or short it, vice versa. So that's just a more a way in which you can buy or sell Tesla at a lot cheaper and sell plenty of volume, very liquid. Thinking about you for a bounce. Okay, take a look at Unity. Let's take a look at Unity, and well, it's okay. I mean, there's a little bit of a bounce going right now. If you look at the little B, little not that's not for B, that are not for bounce. So there's a little bit of a bounce going, but it's been meandering a bit. The only issue is depends how you feel about the VWAP. The VWAP's around $42, so you're 40 cents away from the VWAP. So I mean that could stall it. All right, guys. Actually, let's take a look at this IMNM. Now, okay, why wouldn't I take this? Well, look left, 21.21. So I wouldn't take this one. Had the next high been up here at 22, I would be seriously considering it if it got back over 21. But right there, but there's a high right there, 21.21. So I won't do it. Where am I seeing it? This is where I'm seeing it from. Okay. So again, just because it shows up in the scan doesn't mean I just immediately take the trade. Well, now, big pullback for the ROLR. Let's see, where could it go? This looks like maybe a support area if it held. Okay, looking at this 2-minute. Could be like around, between, call it around the 22 mark, right around here. could be a support area. I mean, if it got all the way down to the VWAP, that'd be a pretty big pullback. Infy's making a little. This is one of the few earnings plays today. INFY making a little bit of a move here, guys. It's looks like this is the high of the day, or not quite. And 1902, and yeah, so I mean, this has got some room to 1980. Now it's a huge float, 4 billion in the float, so it would take a bunch, probably to move it there. But that is the next high, 1980 for Infy. Same as that weekly high right there is the same as that daily high right there. Okay, guys. Well, I'm actually relatively engaged here, so I'll probably hang around for a little bit longer. Normally, I'll start to consider getting out of here around 2 o'clock. It's basically what 1:59 right now, but so it's a good time to ask questions if you have any. But I think I will hang around for a while. Nothing. Get a little $3 bounce now for our ROLR. If I drink tea or coffee, it's coffee. Not a lot though. I have a little. The thermos probably holds 2 cups, and that's it. Not like drinking all day long. All right, now listen. This is interesting. Look at it on a 5-minute chart. Compo CMPO is made a move and on volume. Hmm. And the next high, well, monthly high, that's not an issue. But again, look left. Look at that high right there. That's where it's almost at. 2360 is the high, so we're at 2350. So I can't take the trade. Now, if it can take that out, the next high is 27, about that monthly high. So let's put a price alert in that area and just see if it takes this out. SMX out with another press release. Okay, SMX. And they are launching. Oh, now this is for rubber gloves. Of course. Very important. It's hilarious. Advancement aims to improve traceability and support safer recovery and circular reuse of gloves, addressing a significant challenge in the $13.8 billion global rubber gloves market. Okay. Always put a big number in. Always put a big number in your press release. We're chasing a $15 billion market. We may only get $10 out of it, but Yeah, the old mouth or the teaser. Rubber baby bug. Yeah, jeez. Rubber baby buggy bumper. You should hear what I say when I warm up before I get on the mic. That will remain a secret. What's the typing one? Was it like the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog or something like that? Isn't that the typing one that has all the letters of the alphabet to practice typing? Well, guys, there's the compo now. The compo has room to run here. Hmm. 65.71 on the bid ask. 65.71 on the bid ask for compo. It was a typing exercise with all the letters of the alphabet. Very. If that's it, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was a quick brown fox. And lazy has a Z or Z. All the stupid things that we have stored in our brain. Boy, this is interesting. This compo, guys. I mean, that is the next high. It's just not trading. I mean, well, I want to say not trading. Not there's not a rapidity of trading. So it's back down. So the bid ask is 60.67 right now. And again, that's 60 right there. 23.60 is right there. I wish this were earlier in the day. Well, here's one that was earlier. I saw this one earlier. I think this was when I was on my break, the LPTH. And now this has just made a new high. Oh, guys, I've made a mistake here. Okay, I've made a mistake here, guy. Well, it's I don't know why. Somehow the time column is not there. So just give me a moment. You can add it yourself, of course, but I don't know why the time column is not there. Because of course I want to know the time of the alert. How can I not have the time column? Any news on VKTX? Let's see if I have any news on that one. VKTX. So the only thing I see on it, and it's more general news, okay, but it might be, yeah, this is a weight loss drug, right? So this is kind of a general information about it. So Novo, which is, I think they've got Wegovy or whatever, shares of several in the obesity, including Viking, Turn. I saw Turn earlier. I didn't see this one, GPCR. Um, who knows? Maybe they might be targets for a potential merger or something like that. I think that's the reason. If you're looking for a reason for VKTX, it's just moving kind of in the obesity sector. Okay. So there's not specific to VKTX, but more more or less a sort of a sector move, if you will. Okay. Give me a moment, guys, as I rearrange these windows. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, it's about 2:11 now, so I may be taking off soon. Well, I'm definitely taking off soon. If there are any questions, I will hang around. What I'm going to do though is I will now, for those of you on YouTube, I'll give you the way in which you can come into the main room. It'll be open till 3:45. Oops, not that. And actually, before I go, I didn't go over my homepage. So all I'm going to do is just go over the very quickly and how you can take out a subscription. All right, so if you click on the homepage, my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a standard or premium subscription. Okay. Remember now, take out a monthly, you're only going to get 15% off the first month only. Scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it free. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is the first thing you must do. They're getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos. Don't have Trade Ideas, start off with that second video. Go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not you like to try us, at least for a month. Back to basics, if you're new to trading, this is for you, 15 free videos. Last, if you're looking for for those of you in YouTube, okay? And if you want to continue be engaged with other traders talking stock, you can come into the trading room. I have to shut YouTube down completely, but you can come into the trading room. It's free also. And this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. Get on the mic, both rooms at around 9 o'clock. And here's the information that I'm currently sharing, toying with the idea of adding the scan to it. For the time being, though, you can just ask me for it. Well, PAX actually showed up. Yeah, Boris. Let me do it again. Boris Mistrevsky. I'll get it right. That actually showed up on that scan. I think I have to go a little more Boris or something. Mistrevsky. Yeah, so that PAX actually showed up, I'm pretty sure, on the that PAX showed up on this one. I mean, you don't see it now because I rearranged stuff, and so it only started again at 2:07, but I'm pretty sure PAX showed up on that scan. $5 price. Yeah, normally Wainwright is the other way. Oh man. Yeah, normally Wainwright doesn't do that. But you're right, coverage and a $5 price target. Normally Wainwright is completely the opposite. They put on these lofty price targets on these stocks. Like a 10-cent stock that we've projected it could be $50. Exaggerating a little bit. But and this news got, hammered over and over again. Wainwright is saying their sale of Elevidus, cratering fast. Really hasn't affected it. That's been all day long. Now, meanwhile, Mizuho, and they put a $26 price target on it. So Wainwright and Mizuho are on opposite ends. But this is from the 12th, falls after preliminary Q4, their drug revenue misses estimates. So that's no lie. All right, guys, I think that's it. Unless I'm going to take off now. It's now 2:17. So William will keep the room open until 3:45. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. Exciting day. Still have the alts. I'm going to hold it maybe right to the bitter end. Well, not my bitter end, but the bitter end of the day. I mean, there's no reason to get rid of it yet. And then where could it go? Let's see. Look at the daily chart, weekly chart. Where could it go? Yeah, I mean, 244, we got there. 244 was the high. Well, actually, 240 was the high. So, I mean, it's probably going to get stuck, but you never know. Maybe a late day surge. Basically, the news on this one, they regained NASDAQ compliance. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself now and I'll keep this up and running. So I'll put an announcement. Now, when I say I have left, you might see me hanging around doing some things on my own, but basically I have left. But okay, and that's when William will shut the room down around 3:45. Okay, guys, so I am muting myself now. And for those of you on YouTube, I have to end the stream now.